All right, should be live and good to go. Let me pull up Rumble Studio. Let me pull up the actual live stream. Change a few things around here. We're into the second week now of this conflict. Israel warns of prolonged war with Iran as conflict enters second week. Tehran let off a rare mid-afternoon salvo of ballistic missiles across Israel, triggering air raid sirens across the country. Gonna see if I can pull up. There's gotta be some sort of Fox News alert. There's gotta be something going on there. Let's take a look here. Throw this up.
Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon. All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that. And it would take a couple of weeks to complete the production of that weapon, which would, of course, pose an existential threat, not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world.
So how did, and how maybe in the future, Iran get so close to a nuclear bomb? Here to discuss it is U.S. former Special Assistant Representative for Iran, Brian Hook. And Brian, if you could just take a look at your monitor, here's a look at what they're saying. If you get a one weapon in 2 or 3 days, you could quickly go to 11, and then in 2 months, 15, 19, 21, 22. But it really all changes with the one, because they have the scientists, they had the material, and then it'll be like North Korea. We just would accept it. That's what they were hoping for, and that's pretty significant, don't you think?
Very much so. And Iran now has enough enriched nuclear material for 10 nuclear bombs.
Right now.
And yeah, right now, yes. They have increased the processing and they've been spinning their 16,000 advanced centrifuges in an escalatory fashion because they are trying to become a nuclear state. And, you know, this is like, it's much harder to negotiate against a country when they have a nuclear weapon, as we've learned with North Korea. And if Iran were able to acquire a weapon, the Middle East will never be the same.
So there is fissile material located somewhere outside these nuclear plants, I understand, and possibly even Israel doesn't know where it is. Where would you put nuclear material, enriched uranium?
Iran, over the course of its nuclear history, has dispersed its research and enrichment all across the country. And this has created a real challenge for Israel, and it's doing a terrific job of taking out these sites. But, I mean, over the course of, I've been working on this file for a long time, going back to like 2006, when the UN nuclear agency back then said that Iran was not in compliance with its nuclear obligations. And they have been playing this game with the United Nations and with the United States and Israel for decades. And it's now, I think it's now come to an end.
So I want people to know also, as we take a look back at the wall again, why this is our fight too. And we know, banging back to the 80s, they've been killing Americans through their proxy. They thought to be the gold standard Hezbollah. Remember, the hostages with Ted Koppel, and that every single night, at the launch of Nightline, America was traumatized. Jimmy Carter would lose a presidency, a failed attempt to rescue them. We were embarrassed. And then a couple of years later, in Beirut, Hezbollah is taking control of that country. The bombing that killed 17 Americans, and then the ones ultimately under Reagan that killed 241. Up into Israel, killed the culprits that were still alive a few months ago. They've been living great lives, living off the backs of that success. And then, Brian, I want to bring you in here. People think, well, we had a problem with Iraq. We don't replicate Iraq. A lot of the problem with Iraq was the insurgency sponsored and trained, financed, and directly supported by the Iranians. What did they do? They say estimated 603 Americans dead on thanks to them, blood on their hands.
Yes, that is the work of General Qasem Soleimani, whom President Trump took off the battlefield in the first term. He organized, trained, and equipped all of these proxies in Iraq that are directly responsible for killing 603 American soldiers, as you said, Brian. And then on top of that, we're talking about thousands who were seriously and gravely injured. And so this is a regime that has been at war with the United States for over 40 years and have killed well over 1,000 Americans through its proxies.
Yes. We also have this right here.
We're back with Fox News Alert. Iran launching new waves of missiles towards Israel as the regime threatens American interest in the region. Let's break down what Iran has fired at Israel this week and exactly where U.S. troops are located in the Middle East. First, let's look at the missile attacks that have happened. You can see they're averaging about 30 a day. It has started with more. They've got 2,000 to 3,000. We don't know exactly how many, but they're saying about the same average here at 30. They're going a little higher, upwards of 40 on the 14th and the 16th. And then, as you see, it's starting to come down a little bit. But even as it comes down, even on the smallest missile launch of days, yesterday they hit a civilian hospital that we have been showing you. Now, let me just move to this because we got to talk about the actual missiles they're firing. And you can see on this graph really the region. And of course, you've got Tehran here. Israel is over here. But then, of course, Gulf states down here where a lot of our U.S. interests are. And you look at the range of them from 500 kilometers all the way out to 2,000. They have a lot of short-range missiles. Often the Fatahs you'll see fired out here, but it is the Shahabs that can really go wide. That is of great concern. And then lastly, let me just go back to, as we showed you that range of 2,000, obviously all of this is in there to include Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, in Kuwait, Ali Al Salim, been a long-time air base for us, a lot of our assets there, along with the deep water port in Bahrain. That is a very sensitive situation. The Fifth Fleet calls that home. That is the threat picture as we wait to find out exactly what President Trump will do. Brian?
Yep, within 2 weeks. So let's bring in General Jack Keane Griff. He's a retired four-star general, Institute of Study of Wars, a must-read every day. General, your thoughts, first off, on the decrease in the number of ballistic missiles that Iran's been sending to Israel. Are they running out?
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, it started on the 14th, and if you just look at it in 24-hour periods, 200 on the 14th, then 105 the next day, then 65 the next day, then 35, then 30. And now I think in the last 24 hours, we're down to single digits. So there's no doubt that I think they are withdrawing some missiles and don't intend to use them in the event that the United States attacks, and they may be thinking of retaliation against us. That's a possibility. But there's no doubt that two things are happening. The Israelis are destroying their mobile missile launchers, and that's a tough target.
About 70?
Yeah, they started with 320, and they got more than half of them gone. They've hit their ballistic missile stockpiles. So the majority of the ballistic missiles are now gone, and that obviously is a good thing. And, of course, they're killing them as they're flying into Israel itself. This is the only offensive weapon they really have. They're flying drones, but they're not effective whatsoever.
So when you look at the waiting period that the president said, give me 2 more weeks, you got to think that each day that goes by with this pace of them shooting rockets and Israel taking out the launchers, it makes our troops a little bit safer. It makes it a little bit harder to think that they're going to hit some of our assets in the region. Maybe we could put up a map that shows where we have troops located.
Yeah. Well, they can range.
One question is, can media be trusted? No, they cannot. Absolutely not. I take a majority of this stuff with a grain of salt, and I suggest most people do the same. I simply just wait for either live footage most of the time. Like, I'll report on articles here and there. I'll show things here and there. I'll say and react to things here and there. But yeah, a grain of salt, 100%.
If they can range Israel, they can range our bases, in the Gulf region. But I think there's a way to handle this, and I'm sure the president and his team have thought through this thing. If we're going to help at Fordow, because the Israelis have asked us to help finish this nuclear enterprise off once and for all, and I certainly think we should do that if they've asked for that
We've
help.
hit 12 sites already.
Yeah,
Israel has.
The nuclear enterprise is vast, and you covered it earlier. It's very redundant. It's resilient. Multiple sites, centrifuges, so you can spin up enriched uranium. Multiple sites, enriched uranium. They did that, to survive. The Ayatollah going into this, and the reason why he has never made a deal, is because he had built an enterprise to survive an attack, and he believes they can absorb the attack, survive it, recover it, and then rebuild. That is where this guy is. And I don't see him in the near term making a deal here whatsoever. I think after we take his enterprise down, his whole enterprise down, look at the Israelis have destroyed all 70 of their air defense batteries, all of them. Air Force, gone. As we mentioned, the 12 nuclear sites damaged or destroyed. We finish off Fordow itself. And then leadership decapitated, military and nuclear scientists. Now they can recover nuclear scientists, but in the near term, major problem. And here's the other thing. Look at the isolation that Iran actually has, Brian. The proxies in the region, particularly Hezbollah, was organized to defend Iran against Israel. That is why they invested billions and billions in dollars, 150,000 rockets, a force of 60, 70,000 capable of fighting. They were in Syria as a ground force. How much have they fired since the war began? Zero. Nothing. They have thousands of missiles. Why haven't they fired? They have lost their political will. They are done.
Do you think
Hamas can't do anything. The other proxies haven't done anything. Where is Russia and China? They could obviously assist Iran here. They have missiles.
Right.
They're not. This regime is isolated. The proxies see it. I think the strategic partners see it. We are looking at the end here.
Do you believe the president should greenlight a Fordow hit using the bunker busters?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think it'll be effective? Do you worry at all about it being able to wipe it out?
I think there's challenges when you're going 300 feet for sure at the bottom of a mountain. We've never actually done that. That doesn't mean you don't do it. I mean, Normandy was 50-50. I mean,
Well, just because he believes they're quote-unquote done, I don't know if this is the footage.
Exist that are being set up by Florida evacuate as audio from.
Still running on.
No, okay. I was looking for footage of the attack from today, but I don't know. He claims they're done. It's over, but they're still attacking. They're still launching missiles. So, like,
to hammer Iranian nuclear sites to disable the country's atomic capabilities. So far, it's launched dozens of strikes on these facilities you see in the northern and north-central parts of the country. It includes the one that is most concerning to everyone, Fordow. That site is buried deep in a mountain, about 300 feet below ground, some 60 miles outside Tehran. Taking out that facility will require a much bigger bomb than Israel has in its arsenal. The president's considering deploying a U.S. bunker buster bomb. It is capable of penetrating 200 feet underground before detonation. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin explains. Hey, Jen.
Hi, Jackie. Well, we've just learned that the USS Nimitz, the aircraft carrier strike group, will be arriving in the Middle East this weekend. That's significant in terms of any potential strike on Fordow, because on board are not only dozens of warplanes and up to 5,000 sailors, but also the very important EF-18 Growler electronic warplanes that are needed if you were to fly the B-2s over Iran. Now, here at the Pentagon, there is little little doubt whether the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, or MOP, could destroy Iran's Fordo nuclear facility, buried, as you said, 300 feet under a mountain complex with layers of limestone and dolomite rock, which geologists call nature's own bomb shelter. Shown here during a test in 2018 and developed by the Air Force specifically to address Iran and North Korea's underground nuclear sites, the MOP was designed to penetrate 200 feet underground. Further, if 2 missiles are dropped via GPS positioning into the same hole.
Does it have the capacity, if it's employed the correct way, to have the effect inside the mission space? Absolutely.
Retired Navy Captain Todd Sawhill oversaw the Defense Department's targeting operations, advising 5 CENTCOM commanders and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs on weapons like the MOP.
You can use a multiple hit scenario so that you have multiple impacts in the same point. You'll create a large crater, spoil will be thrown out, and it allows a pathway for the next munition to go in even deeper and farther, so that successive hits on the same point will allow increased penetration and increased lethality.
All eyes now on Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home to the B-2 stealth bomber. The U.S. is the only military in the world with the capability to strike this buried program with a conventional weapon using its B-2 bombers, which can fly at 50,000 feet, carrying 2 massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. There are 2 entrances to Fordo.
If they wanted to go after the portal entrances, it's likely that they would use 2 B-2s for each portal entrance, so it could drop 2 bombs per portal.
The B-2s fly with a significant air escort for protection. It's a
And they've been talking about how they've been moving all of these assets over there to refuel them and this, that, and the fourth, and it sounds like it could be a major shitstorm if everything they're saying is true. But at the same time, right? Who knows exactly what is going on. Oh, that is a timer. Turn that off. We're good. All right. And, yeah, we don't exactly know what's going on. Nobody really does. As we get random updates, for example, like this one from roughly an hour ago, the Israeli Air Force, a short time ago, the Air Force used fighter jets to attack military sites belonging to the terrorist organization Hezbollah, containing rocket and missile launchers and weapons depots in southern Lebanon. So, that's what they're telling us. Who knows if that's even the case, right? But at the end of the day, I'm just here to give you the updates on what is being reported by official sources and official media sites. Like I said, you could take it with a grain of salt. I would highly recommend that. Right now we have a feed over Tel Aviv. I don't know what's going on here. This channel usually has multiple cams up. Usually has one over Jerusalem and like Haifa or something like that. Wonder if they got told to take them down. Or maybe something happened there and they don't want people to know. Who actually knows? One thing I do know is a lot of these multicam channels are either being shut down or they were in Iran and Israel for a limited amount of time and they simply moved on from filming. Let's see. Got this multicam here. That's a pretty good shot over Jerusalem right there. So, if anything happens, we have a near Haifa cam in Carmel, a Tel Aviv cam here off of a balcony, it looks like. Another Tel Aviv in the sky, and Jerusalem cam.
Jennifer Griffin reports of Fox News, the U.S. Navy now has 5 guided missile destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean, which is close to Israel, according to U.S. defense officials. This is
So I want to give a shout out to Agenda Free TV. Pretty good in terms of delivering news. Like I said, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. But he strictly just keeps it updates, news, nothing else. And based on this situation going on, he's been covering a lot of it for a very extensive amount of time as well. 10-hour streams and stuff like that.
hold on one second here. Let me show you what we're talking about here. Oops. Oops. We are talking about here. Eastern Mediterranean is where my pointer is, which is near Israel, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Iran here. So Eastern Mediterranean. 5 U.S. guided missile destroyers there now. According to Jennifer Griffin of Fox News. A quick thank you also to Thomas Pedersen of Sweden. I really appreciate your support, Thomas Pedersen. All right, hang on a moment. I want to get the start of the State Department briefing is coming up. Hold on, I want to get it on the screen for you guys. State Department briefing alert. Let me put it on the screen here.
Pretending to be a diplomat.
One moment, please.
And we are done pretending otherwise.
Please.
Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon with harsh words for the Iranian representative to the UN as we await President Trump's departure, which could come at any moment now from the White House. And a State Department briefing is expected next hour as well. It'll be a breaking news 2 o'clock Eastern Time hour. Danon headlines an all-star lineup to take us through a busy next hour.
All right. Whenever that happens, I will make sure to pull that up right away. For now, though, as those commercials run, I will leave the multicam up. Nobody wants to hear that, so I'll mute it for now.
I was mentioning before, Reuters reports that Iran said today it would not discuss the future of its nuclear program while under attack by Israel. Iran today fired missiles at Beersheba in southern Israel. That we were on the air for that early this morning. And at Haifa in the north. There was, I believe, one missile hit Beersheba, which we saw, and I'll show you something about that after the briefing. And also a missile hit Haifa, which reportedly was once again a cluster munition. Yesterday, reportedly yesterday and today, Iran has fired some cluster munitions, which is a missile.
So it sounds like they're using different kinds of warheads now. Instead of just ballistic or long range, they are using clusters. They have a variety, clearly. And their attacks seem to be not as consistent anymore, so they might be a little more, I don't know how to put this, a little more strategic, I guess you could say. Or maybe the reports are true that Israel blew up over 60% of their missiles and silos or salvos or whatever. So at the end of the day, one thing I do know, the barrages have become less and less and less, but they have become more effective in terms of what they are hitting, and they're just hitting civilian targets.
Look for it. Oh, is he speaking now? No. Yes? It's a little confusing here. I will do my best to get you video of the Iranian foreign minister. I'm seeing a video of him, but it's paused. I don't know what that's about. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I should be getting that footage. Hey, thanks to Christian Salvador. Thanks, Christian. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your support of the channel. Also, Sydney, our member. Sydney from Mexico. What would a permanent solution look like? I assume it would have to be a non-military solution. In theory, I think that's what you're asking about. Maybe something where Iran agrees to curbs on
our region. Madam President, our group renews its condemnation of the Israeli attacks on the Islamic Republic of Iran and its nuclear facilities. We stress that these attacks have dangerous repercussions on the security and stability of our region.
So I believe this is a replay because the meeting has adjourned. It is over. At least according to Associated Press, it looks like their live stream has ended. Can double check here. But yeah, it looks like they had a massive UN meeting.
Because we believe that diplomacy and dialogue are the only choice and alternative to confrontation and escalation. As we follow the dangerous developments in the region, we stress that a continued deterioration could lead to catastrophic consequences and fuel tensions, which could impede the prospects of a diplomatic solution and peace. In light of this sensitive and delicate situation, which requires us all to stay alert and act with wisdom, we call for the highest levels of...
If the non-proliferation regime collapses, this Council will share responsibility with the Israeli regime. Madam President, despite Iran's repeated warning about the threats of our peaceful nuclear sites and facilities, the IAEA Director General has failed to act. His silence undermines the agency authority, neutrality, and credibility. The IAEA cannot remain silent while safeguard facilities are attacked. This inaction must end. Israel openly declared that it will continue this strike for as many days as it takes. We are alarmed by credible report that the United States as a...
Okay, so that just happened, but this is live right now.
Something we can consider. But it is going to be like another session and debates that's not going to work. But it is going to be just another round of talks. That's something which we cannot accept.
Now, today in Geneva, Iran's top diplomat is meeting with European diplomats discussing Iran's nuclear power program. Iran's diplomat said with a straight face, John, that his program is solely for peaceful purposes. John, Sandra?
Yeah, and they've been saying that with a straight face for a long time as well. Lucas Tomlinson for us at 1600 Pennsylvania, where we expect to soon hear from the president. Lucas, thank you. Sandra?
All right, John, we'll keep watching for the president. Meanwhile, President Trump weighs a potential attack on Iran. Israeli rescuers are sifting through the rubble after an Iranian missile hits a building in Haifa. Senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott is live. He's in Tel Aviv for us at this hour.
Get out of my ear.
So, Greg, hopefully we've got you here. Switch him over. Greg, if you're there, we're obviously looking for an update on the latest on the ground there. This is we're awaiting President Trump's departure. He's heading to a MAGA dinner, according to the White House schedule, in Bedminster, New Jersey. That is happening tonight. On his departure from the White House, there's always the possibility he's going to stop and take questions from reporters there. So obviously he could make news. We'll be listening for that to happen. Okay, I'm going to bring in Danny Danon now, the ambassador who you just heard speaking at the UN earlier. We'll hopefully get Greg Palcott up in just a moment. Ambassador, welcome to you.
Thank you for having me, Sandra.
You're making a lot of news all over the place here. What is your message on Israel in this moment where we are awaiting President Trump and this potential decision on how the United States will proceed within 2 weeks?
So I just came from the Security Council, and I heard the Iranian ambassador blaming Israel for everything. And I asked him, how can you blame us? Look what you did in the last 2 decades, threatening the U.S. and Israel and sowing chaos worldwide. So we will continue with our efforts.
And what did he say?
Well, basically just blamed us and he asked for support from the international community. He played victim. He said, you know, put your pressure on Israel, not on us. So that was hypocrisy of the UN.
Is it your sense that he's rallying support and military aid from China or Russia?
So just an update here, as I'm literally live right now. YouTube went out of their way and removed one of the live streams I did here. I need some water. My voice is slowly going away. So find that interesting.
Or any other
He
of our
expects the
adversaries?
international community to come to his support and to make sure that we stop all efforts. But we will not stop until we will know that we actually neutralize the threat. You know, we decided, because we got the intelligence, Sandra, that Iran is building the capabilities. It's not only a threat of the Ayatollahs who are threatening the US and Israel. They actually build the capabilities. What we are seeing now with the ballistic missiles flying into Israel, imagine they actually had the nuclear capability by now. We cannot take that chance. So we are determined to continue. And, you know, regarding diplomatic talks, you know, I think it's a game of the Iranian. They want to buy time again and again and again. If they want to neutralize their capabilities, they can come and say, we are giving those capabilities, we are allowing inspectors to go everywhere, and we don't need enriched uranium to be in Iran. But they're not doing that. They want to buy time, and I don't think the international community should allow it.
I asked General Jack Keane, four-star General Jack Keane, during the noon hour today on Fox News Channel, as the president had a security meeting this morning. He's obviously about to depart. We could hear from him shortly. What he believes are the options President Trump is weighing in this moment. And he answered with this. Listen.
This is a strategic opportunity for us to remove, not to remove, but to end Iran's domination of the region in their adverse behavior that has been going on for all of these years. We can come close right now to ending that. And maybe in the long run, the Iranians themselves internally will make a change themselves in terms of their direction.
I want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, the decision is a U.S. decision. President Trump should decide what's good for the U.S., and I know that he will take the right decision. But the threat of Iran, and I agree with the general, is not only a threat to Israel. You know, they're sending missiles to the Gulf countries. They're sending their proxies to Lebanon, to Syria. Even in Europe now, we see the fingerprints of Iran regarding terrorist activities. So it's a global threat. And I think the international community should praise Israel. You know, the Chancellor of Germany said it very nice, Sandra. He said, Israel is doing the dirty work for all of us. That's exactly what's happening now.
Okay, so we are going to be getting a U.S. State Department briefing very soon. I'm going to put this back on in the meantime.
Depository of NPT may be joining this war.
This just happened, by the way, so this was a 3-hour UN meeting, and it just ended. So I've gone back about an hour into it, and we're about to listen to Iran and Israel, UN diplomats or delegates, whatever you want to call them, speak.
Any such support violate the NPT and undermine global security. The selective invocation of international law by US, France, using it when convenient, discarding it when it constrained their allies, is a form of institutional hypocrisy that gravely undermines the credibility of this Council and the international law. Let me clear, Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and under the world's most extensive IAEA inspections. Iran has long advocated for a nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. Israel is the only possessor of undeclared nuclear weapon in the region. It refused to accede to the NPT and block regional disarmament efforts. Madam President, Israeli aggression violates the UN Charter. It breached the basic principle of prohibition of the use of force. It violates Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It violates international human rights law and targets innocent civilians and threatens the right of life and security of our people. This regime committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, and state terrorism. It attacks on safeguard nuclear facilities, set a dangerous precedent for global security. Madam President, the already dire situation has been exacerbated by mounting and irrefutable evidence of direct involvement by the United States in this illegal war of aggression. The US has publicly threatened to strike Iran's safeguard nuclear facilities. Such acts constitute a flagrant violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter and a breach of the sovereign equality of states. These reckless statements and actions emanate from the head of a state who is a permanent member of this Council and entrusted with primary responsibility for international peace and security, and an irresponsible behavior. Madam President, Iran has exercised its inherent right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Our response has complied fully with international law, including humanitarian law. We have taken all necessary precautions to protect civilians. Iran will continue to exercise this right as long as the Security Council fails to discharge its primary responsibility under the Charter and until the Israeli aggression is fully and unequivocally terminated. The Security Council must act now. We reiterate our call on the Security Council to determine the Israeli illegal use of force and armed attacks against Iran are a breach of peace and act of aggression. Adopt binding and enforcement measures under Chapter 7 to halt the aggression and prevent its recurrence. Condemn clearly the violation of Iran's sovereignty and targeting of our safeguard nuclear facilities. Address the risk of wider regional war, especially the unlawful involvement of a third country. Madam President, the lies and fabrication used by the representative of Israeli regime and its Western allies don't work anymore to whitewash and justify its horrendous crimes. International law is clear. There is no right for Israel to commit this act of aggression, no right to attack and target civilians, civilian infrastructure, or safeguard nuclear facilities, no legal or moral cover for war crimes. The so-called preemptive attack, an existential threat claims used by this terrorist regime and its allies to justify aggression have no basis in international law, and to conduct acts of aggression, kill innocent people, and violate the territorial integrity of states. These are false excuses for Israeli aggression. Iran has never initiated any war, while Israel, as an occupying and terrorist regime, has a long and dark history of illegal use of force, violation of all legal international norms, assassination, and nuclear secrecy that destabilized the entire region. The selective use of international law by certain members of this council expose dangerous double standards that endanger international peace and security and undermine the credibility of this body. Without the support and protection of certain Western states, especially the United States, Israel could not have been able to commit this aggression with such impunity. This complicity must be recorded by history. Finally, Madam President, Council's failure to act at this critical juncture would constitute a profound abdication of the Council's responsibilities and a grave betrayal of fundamental principles of the United Nations. Inaction will embolden the aggressor, undermine international law, and send a message of dangerous impunity to the world. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Israel.
Madam President, I would like to thank the Secretary General, USG De Carlo, and Director General Grossi for your remarks. Madam President, before I begin my remarks, I must address the representative of the Islamic regime in Iran, Mr. Iravani. How dare you? How dare you write 5 letters in the last week, come before this council, demand a session, and ask the international community for sympathy? How dare you ask the international community to protect you from the consequences of your own genocidal agenda? Have you no shame? For years, your supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has publicly and repeatedly called for the destruction of Israel and the United States. In May 2024, he declared, and I quote, "The divine promise to eliminate the Zionist entity will be fulfilled." In May 2025, he said, and I quote, "The Zionist regime that is a lethal, dangerous, cancerous tumor should certainly be eradicated, and it will be." These statements are your regime's policies.
Yo, what's up, Spider-Man? How's it going? Currently looking for some updates here, but as of right now, everything is pretty much all quiet once again. YouTube just removed one of my live streams because I guess they claimed something was either false or, I don't know, was from something else. So I don't know what I showed or what article I put up, but YouTube did not like it. So going forward, I am not going to be putting a lot of things on screen unless it comes from a YouTube like news, Times News with 1.9 million subs and all that. So how many pages does he have? Oh, I don't know. This is a replay from about 4 hours ago. Like they started this 3-hour meeting and they kind of just ended it. So every now and then I'm jumping in and out. We're currently waiting for or I'll put this up on screen. Currently waiting for the State Department and the White House to give us an update. Trump, I believe, is supposed to make his appearance there. So that's currently what we are waiting for. But other than that, let's
It's great to have you on board. Thanks for joining us.
take a listen to this possibly.
Good to be with you, John.
So I want to play out what Caroline Levitt said yesterday about the president's demands in terms of what Iran needs to do to capitulate. Listen here.
What exactly would a deal with Iran need to entail?
No enrichment of a uranium, and it would absolutely not. Iran is not absolutely not able to achieve a nuclear weapon. The president has been very clear about that.
So in the early negotiations, Steve Witkoff apparently was talking about limiting enrichment. I don't know if it was more stringent than the original JCPOA, but under the JCPOA, Iran cheated and cheated and cheated. Why would President Trump have any confidence that Iran would live up to the obligations of a deal if he were to sign one, when it includes zero enrichment? Do you believe that he has decided that the enrichment facilities need to be taken offline once and for all?
Well, I'm not sure I can tell you exactly what the president is thinking about this, but I think it's important to point out, John, that, the situation has changed considerably. There's been an
No, Canada does not have nukes, and our fighter jets are from like the mid to late 80s. So, like, our military, the technology they're using is way past its prime. Like, way beyond. There was an article, and it was like Canada scrambled fighter jets, and they were like literally from the late 80s. I can't even hear. I'll let this play, and I'll
extraordinary amount.
I'm gonna try and
pressure
find
put
this
on the
article. I
Iranian
can't
regime.
remember.
There's been substantial destruction of their military and attacks on a lot of their nuclear weapons program facilities around the country. And Israel, through its military dominance, pretty much controls the pace and the momentum of military activities now. So all of that added up, when you combine that with kind of...
So right here, from CTV News, I should probably change Pierre because Pierre has nothing to do with this. CTV News, fighter jets scrambled to intercept aircraft that strayed into Kananaskis airspace, breaching G7 restrictions. This happened on the 15th, so 5 days ago. They, according to RCMP, the situation met the criteria for CF-18 Hornet fighter jets to be deployed to intercept the aircraft. So let's take a look here. CF-18 fighter. Oh, this is not good. I was off by a few years. They were introduced in 1983. I said mid to late 80s. No, it was actually the early 80s. So, does Canada have more up-to-date fighter jets? Potentially, maybe a few. But the one they used to intercept an aircraft over the G7 summit, they were introduced back in the 80s. Now, these are machines you gotta obviously upkeep and maintain. So, they probably do a fantastic job at that. But the fact of the matter is, there's jets that are out now that would spin around these a million times over before this one even knew what happened. Yeah, 1983. So, like, man, it's not good. Not good. Anyway, we're still waiting for the U.S. State Department briefing. And I have this shot going over I'm blanking, over Israel. So we have a city near Haifa. We have Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem. They have a really nice shot here of Jerusalem, actually. So We'll keep an eye on this. We're literally on somebody's balcony. I can hear somebody's TV. And as I get updates, I'm gonna be saying less updates now because I need to like 100% confirm. And I won't be showing any Twitter videos because I don't know specifically what YouTube didn't like in that stream a couple of days ago. Because they removed it, so I figured, okay, I can't watch it anyway, so why does it matter? So I deleted it, but apparently I could have looked at it and appealed it. And I guess they had the certain section cut out, but I just deleted it altogether. I would just like to point out to any YouTube employees watching, because apparently they are watching, manually reviewed the video. That was a mistake. Major mistake on my part, and that will not be happening again going forward. And if it does, they are mistakes. I'm not doing it on purpose. I am not doing it on purpose. All right. We have this UN security briefing or council meeting.
Directly at the hospital.
Let's get back into that.
By the way, I listened to your word. You mentioned that we attacked hospitals. I asked you.
No, it's not that they didn't say. It's that they removed the video just to, like, get rid of any trace of it, which makes sense. And then there was a thing to appeal it, but I just figured, like, the video was already gone. It was already deleted. The entire live stream nuked. So I wouldn't have a chance to look at it based on what they claimed. But no, apparently I did. And then I just further deleted it, so now I don't have a chance to appeal it at all. So it was kind of my fault, but at the same time, I've never received a strike like that, so I didn't know how that worked. I've received normal YouTube strikes. I've received many of those for uploading content on the other channel because it went against, I guess, political guidelines or whatever. But in this case here, I'm trying to report 100% accurate on what is going on here. So it's not on purpose if I show something or say something, or an article, for example, that has something in it that they deem to be, I guess, false information. I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. Like I said, though, I guess I could have went back and looked at it, but I thought they just nuked the overall stream. Like, they just removed it completely, so I didn't have the opportunity to. But I was wrong.
Late. What is the briefing about? Well, it'll be questions from the media, but I'm sure a lot of them will be about Iran and Israel. So I'm waiting till that happens because it should happen very soon.
They say very soon, but it's realistically gonna happen in probably another 20, 30 minutes. It really depends on what Trump is doing, because he's always on the move, apparently, based on what we've seen. He didn't stick around in the G7 very long. He was in and out of there like that. So he's constantly on the go. That's what we've seen from him. I do have the aerial alerts for all sorts of alerts, obviously, on the side here. I believe that's six hours ago they had a cross-country alert, and it's been pretty quiet since then. Not much has happened.
If Iran keeps launching missiles. The Arrow 3 is designed to take down missiles above the atmosphere of Earth, by the way. The Wall Street Journal points out that yesterday in an interview, Prime Minister Netanyahu declined to answer whether Israel was running out of Arrow 3 interceptors. Thank you, Happening Hapner. I appreciate that, Happening Hapner, and son of Happening Hapner. Also, Zen21 Tau. Heavenly Intervention. Susie J. We talked about that a bit last night, Susie J. We'll talk about it probably some more later. Casey Hook. Ray Becker, Culpepper 1776, Nebby 58, thank you, Blake Skidmore, Joanna Crompton, Chupacabra. Chupacabra says, IMOD on global quake, bombs don't register as quakes, they can be picked up, but require a P and S wave to show up as a quake, bombs only have P waves. That's what Chupacabra says. Is that true that they never show up? Couldn't a bomb or a nuclear test possibly show up as an earthquake, or no?
Okay, so I actually think I maybe figured out what part of the stream they thought was deemed fake news or whatever. If I had to guess, there was a multicam stream, and one of the cameras had a 360 rotating camera that claimed it was over. Let's see, where was it over? Where did it claim it was over? It was Jerusalem or something like that. Yeah, it claimed to be over Jerusalem, and it was a 360 rotating cam, and it was constantly daytime, but all the other cams were nighttime in Israel on that stream. So I think that might have been it. Everything else on here is essentially like Fox News reports from either YouTube or the stream. Maybe it was the... I don't want to say the thing here. Let me see if it actually pops up. I mean, the New York Post literally about it. Not saying that the New York Post is legit, but the New York Post and a few other places talked about it, so I don't know. Maybe that was it. Even the Daily Mail talked about it. I don't know. It's too hard to say exactly what part of the stream they deemed not be real. Or, not real, but they said it was from a past event or something like that. I don't know. That's probably it. Canada needs new fighter jets, not from 1983. Yeah, no kidding, man. Like, who's to say, like... Okay, let me see. What's Canada's most up-to-date fighter jet? Okay, so we have more up-to-date jets than that, apparently. Let's see, we have F-35s. What? Canada? No, that we're in the process of acquiring F-35s. Yeah, we still have CF-18s. That's what we have. Wait, that's it. That's actually so bad. If we don't, the only fighter jets we have are from the early 80s. We don't have anything else. I would have figured at least, okay, we have a couple jets from the 80s still around. We could have a couple jets from maybe the early 2000s and the 90s, potentially. But no. Are you telling me that Canada only has fighter jets from the 80s? That's so bad if that is true. Like, that is terrible. I hold on. I gotta Google this and double check. Here, I'll pull up something else in the meantime while I try and figure this one out.
All right, once again, no questions taken.
So you nailed it, within 2 weeks, not 2 weeks from now, which is good because 2 weeks from now we have a lot of other deadlines coming up, like the July 9 tariff deadline, right? When all the other countries, if we don't have a deal by then, we're looking at that deadline. So I think within 2 weeks, the nice thing about that is it gives both sides to de-escalate if they wish. That's a nice off-ramp, but it also gives flexibility if you want to move before 2 weeks or not, if you're on, the U.S. or the Israeli side. So again, from the market perspective, Sandra, I would just leave you with this. Watch oil. The equity market has held up relatively well. Oil, if we get back up to 78.80, that's where we were when all this conflict broke out about a week ago. So if it breaks out through those highs, that's the sign that the market's telling you this isn't a quick, swift resolution, that there's something more troubling on the horizon. But for now, it actually looks like things have been relatively stable, and the market is telling us, this could be a swift, fast decision.
Interesting. Always watch the markets because the money's got to go somewhere.
A lot of opinion.
Yeah, so I'm literally... Oh, man, this is not good. This is not good. Literally on the Government of Canada website. And that's it. That's it. That's our fighter jet from 1983. That is all we have. Apparently, according to the Government of Canada website. Like, we have all these things too, but in terms of fighter jets, and people are wondering why we're not making the 2% spending. Like, holy Christ. Anyway, back to the topic at hand here. Well, I don't think we're going to get a briefing from Trump because he just got onto what I would assume was Air Force One and said, "See you later, guys." So I don't know where he's going. Let me see. Trump news. What is he doing? Where is he going? Tell me now. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait for some updates here based on that. Or, I don't know, maybe the Fox News thing here will tell me. But right now, we are still waiting for whoever is supposed to do this briefing. I am unsure.
Sugar Carlson says, hopefully last-minute peace deal.
You to provide a list of the hospitals that Israel attacked in Iran. We know what we are doing. If we attacked hospitals, show us the locations, show us the names and the list. Iran launched a ballistic missile directly at a hospital, Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba, the largest hospital in southern Israel. It was struck by a precision-guided missile fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran. This hospital serves over 1 million people, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Druze, Bedouin. It is a vital provider of emergency and trauma care. Iran hit it in purpose. There was no military bases around, no mistakes, leaving those million people with severely reduced access to medical service. This was not a misfire. This was not a mistake. Iran has proven its ability to strike strategic targets with accuracy. This was a deliberate act. It is a blatant violation of international law, a war crime, and a calculated attempt to murder the most vulnerable. Let this Council understand what that missile really signified, that no one is safe, that if Iran will target a hospital with a ballistic missile, it will target anyone, anywhere, with anything they have. Today, it was Beersheba. Tomorrow, it could be Brussels. Soon, it could be Boston. Iran is rapidly expanding its ballistic missile arsenal. Today, its longest-range missiles can travel over 2,000 kilometers. That already puts Eastern Europe in range. But Iran is not stopping there. Iran is developing missiles with a range of over 4,000 kilometers. That would place every European capital, London, Paris, Berlin, Rome, within striking distance. And when that milestone reaches, what comes next? New York, Washington, the US entire East Coast. Before Israel took action, that reality was approaching faster than you could imagine. Council members, do you believe that such a regime will hesitate to threaten entire populations with nuclear-armed missiles? Can you guarantee? Especially a regime which chants death to America, death to England, death to Israel, and so many others. Because that is where the world was heading. Israel is stopping it. Iran has already enriched uranium to near weapons-grade levels. It cannot be denied. We saw the reports. It has built deep underground facilities designed to survive bunker-busting bombs. It has advanced missile delivery systems. And it has lied to the IAEA and the world at every step. There must finally be an acknowledgement that there is no greater threat to international peace and security than a nuclear Iran. The Soroka strike of our hospital should end any illusion that this threat is theoretical. Iran is not just building the capability, it is using it. We will never allow those capabilities to go nuclear. While the Ayatollah shout death to America and death to Israel, many on this council dismiss those threats. While Iranian missiles fly, the UN urges restraint and de-escalation while ignoring Iran's nuclear ambitions altogether. That weakness, that detachment from reality, that hypocrisy is what allowed Iran to get as far in its nuclear program as it did. It is what allowed Iran to sow chaos across the world. And let's analyze it for a minute. The Iranian regime has exported thousands of drones which have killed many civilians. It has harmed Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, the Houthis in Yemen, Shiite militias in Iraq, extremist groups in Syria and Africa, and criminal networks in Latin America and Europe. It's a war machine, stretched all around the world. Its reach is not limited by borders, its hatred is not limited by reason, and its ambition is not limited by geography. We have already seen the consequences. terror attacks in Argentina, Iranian agents uncovered in European capitals, proxy missile strikes on Gulf states. This is Iran's vision for the world, and it's happening in real time. Right now, Israel is the focus point for that murderous vision. Just yesterday, Iran launched another ballistic missile, this time carrying cluster munitions at a densely populated civilian area in central Israel. Cluster munitions are designed to spread multiple explosions over a wide area. It deliberately fired these munitions at civilians. Iran's intentions could not be clearer. Bloody murder. 29 civilians have been killed and almost 900 wounded by Iranian missiles. The only reason the number isn't higher is because of Israel's advanced defensive capabilities. So yes, Israel acted because we understand the cost of waiting. We will not wait for another threat, whether that is rockets, missiles, terrorists, or an atomic bomb. Israel acted as a last resort. This was the final window of opportunity to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, and it came only after diplomacy had been exhausted. Israel cannot and will not accept this situation. Operation Rising Lion was launched to neutralize an imminent and existential threat, and we are doing so in full compliance with international law. Israel is strictly following the law of armed conflict, including the rules of distinction, proportionality, and precautions in attacks. That's why I'm waiting for the report about the hospitals. Our strikes are aimed at military objectives based on reliable intelligence. Every measure is taken to minimize harm to civilians. Iran launches indiscriminate barbaric missile attacks. They deliberately target population centers. This is the difference between a democracy acting in defense of its people and a brutal regime targeting civilians. Colleagues, it is Israeli civilians running for shelter now, every day. But something many of you also seem not to understand is that when Israel acts, we are not only defending our people, we are defending yours. As German Chancellor Merz said, and I quote, Israel is doing the world's dirty work. We are the first target, but we will not be the last. We are holding the line between civilization and genocidal jihadist imperialism. Iran doesn't just want to destroy Israel. It wants...
Oh yeah, it doesn't shock me that he has a lot of pages. That's for sure. This entire meeting, like I said, was 3 hours long, over 3 hours long. And every representative from a lot of different countries all went through a statement. So, obviously, the big two being Israel and Iran. But I don't know if Canada was there. I don't... Are we a part of the UN? Is Canada a part of the UN? Yeah, we are a part of the UN. So I guess we were there. I can't see us at the table unless I skipped over us, or maybe we did a Zoom call or something. I don't know, but like Russia, the Russians were there. So I don't know.
To remake the world order. One missile, one terror proxy, one destroyed hospital at a time. So no, we do not apologize for defending ourselves. We do not apologize for striking Iran's nuclear facilities. We do not apologize for neutralizing the threat. Because while some here raise their voices when Israel strikes a ballistic missile site, they fall silent when Iran strikes a surgical wind. Some condemn us for destroying a drone factory, but say nothing when Iran hits a residential building. That is not balance. That is moral collapse. We are doing what this Council should have done long ago. We are acting where the international community hesitated. We are stopping a threat that endangered the entire world. Though our homes, our families, and our children are under threat, we will not stop. Not until Iran's nuclear threat is dismantled. Not until its war machine is disarmed. Not until our people and yours are safe. This is not just Israel's fight. It is the world's fight, and if no one else will fight it, we will. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement.
All right, well, there you have it from that video. I don't plan on watching all of it because it's ridiculously long. Okay, we finally have the State Department briefing here. I'm going to rewind it back to the beginning. And I'm going to bring up Agenda Free.
Trade or can the
everyone, and thank you for your patience. We're waiting for President Trump, as you likely know, that he was leaving the White House and taking the helicopter flight. We wanted to make sure we did not conflict with, well, I think the most important.
Okay, so he is on the way to do this briefing. I thought he was heading somewhere else. I was so confused because that's what I thought I heard initially, that he was going to be doing the briefing. But then I saw him getting on a helicopter and I'm thinking, where the hell is he going? But I guess now we know.
All right, the U.S. Department of State has no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans. As we continue to assess and address the needs of U.S. citizens during this important time, I want to reiterate a few important instructions for everyone watching at home and around the world. We urge all American travelers to sign up for the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, known as STEP, to receive the latest updates from the State Department. We also urge U.S. citizens to regularly monitor the department's website at travel.state.gov to receive the latest updates and to find emergency contact information. Americans overseas in need of assistance should contact their nearest U.S. embassy or consulate, or call, if you're overseas, +1 202 501 4444. That is +1 202 501 4444. Another important update: the State Department has added a crisis intake form, which can be found by clicking the banner on the top of travel.state.gov, which, once again, the magic of technology, there it is. The new aspect is that red banner at the top. Click on Israel and Iran departure info for U.S. citizens and follow the instructions for more information. U.S. citizens in Israel and the West Bank who would like to receive information on departure assistance should fill out the form that this website will take you to. This crisis intake form will also allow U.S. citizens in Iran to register their information. We do not anticipate offering direct U.S. government-assisted departure from Iran. Americans seeking departure should take advantage of existing means to leave. The Department of State has provided information and support to over 25,000 people seeking guidance regarding the situation in Israel, the West Bank, and Iran. And on Iran, I want to reiterate the statement from President Trump delivered by my colleague Caroline yesterday. Quote, based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place in the near future, I will make my decision of whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. And now, with so much happening, there has been some news this week you may not have seen. After 3 days of talks, technical teams from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda initialed the text of a peace agreement on Wednesday. Next Friday, June 27th, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will witness the ministerial signing of that peace agreement right here at the Department of State, led by the foreign ministers of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is a milestone achievement and a significant step toward peace in that region, and we remind our friends and partners that with implementation of the agreement, the economic investment and development we all want to see will finally be possible. We look forward to more on this next Friday. Also, I would like to join the many Americans in New Jersey welcoming home Idan Alexander. Held hostage by Hamas, his release is a reminder of our commitment to Americans wherever they may be in the world. The scenes of people lining the streets were truly heartwarming, and America is stronger with one of our sons finally home. And lastly, we are having this briefing on Friday because we were not here yesterday because it was the holiday Juneteenth. On June 19th, for everyone wondering and not perhaps having all the details, on June 19th, 1865, Union Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce General Order No. 3, declaring that all enslaved people in Texas were free. More than 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had officially ended slavery in Confederate States, I should say. This day, now known as Juneteenth, has become a profound commemoration of freedom and resilience. So I hope you enjoyed yesterday, and we are here today, and I'm ready for your questions, shall we? Yes, Daphne.
Thank you so much. So on the 25,000 that you said the State Department has provided information to, is that U.S. citizens who are seeking information on leaving Israel, the West Bank, and Iran?
It's information in general. So it would be a combination, I'm sure, but it's a general information, conditions, perhaps departures as well, but general information.
Okay, and do you have any numbers on the number of U.S. citizens that are seeking information on departing Israel or Iran?
Those are not numbers that I will share at this time. Just as a reminder as well, while today is a bit different than the feeling of Tuesday, we are still in a dynamic where there are still hostilities, where there are still people in bunkers, where there is still a danger. Clearly, we've heard the statement from President Trump about his posture at this point. So we're still going to be careful for national security reasons, obviously, when it comes to what we can answer. So that's a number that I won't be able to give you today.
Okay.
All right. All right. And we will not, we'll do one more, but then we will continue on here. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just on Ambassador Huckabee's tweet, he said that the U.S. is working to get military, commercial, charter flights, and cruise ships for evacuation. Have any of those organized by the State Department evacuated American citizens yet? And if not, when is that expected?
Again, I won't give details from this podium, but we know that at each embassy, they are posting actions that they're taking. We know that the Israeli embassy is doing that. So you could go to either travel.state.gov and get to the Israeli embassy, or go there directly, and you will see their statements. And I would urge you to do that directly when it comes to what the Israeli embassy is doing and what they've accomplished. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis chartered flights apparently for Americans in Israel seeking to leave and successfully got, I believe it's 1,500 out. I was wondering if those charter flights were coordinated with the State Department in any way, or was this done on some tangent?
Well, I think that there's, and we know that there, of course, are some independent efforts to get American citizens out of those areas, and when we suggest that people take advantage of existing means, we would include, of course, the nature of other opportunities to leave, independent efforts, independent groups managing those dynamics. As far as the DeSantis effort, I would suggest you call the state of Florida, call his office, and I'm sure that they'll get you more information. All right, Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. Since the president said there is substantial opportunity for negotiation and has given it 2 weeks, why not send in a U.S. representative to join the Europeans with the Iranians in Geneva today? And second, Mr. Grossi is worried that if Bushehr reacts...
Let me answer your first one first, if I may, and then we'll follow up with your second. First of all, Geneva is a discussion involving the Europeans. Of course, we're working on many different fronts and have from the beginning here in leading the nature of finding a solution to this problem. We certainly continue to. The president's made it very clear, as he has, again, not just about this issue, but every other war and conflict that he's trying to stop. And also with his statement that he would allow to make a decision within the 2 weeks because of the potential. So those efforts continue on. How we're pursuing those efforts are up to the president, he's making those decisions and anticipates that it might be worth waiting those 2 weeks. But other than, I can't characterize the why or the how. But I think it's important. One thing I think of the many that Americans have learned about President Trump is to believe what he says, to know that he'll deliver, and to not second guess the nature of the choices he's making.
Great. And second, Mr. Grossi is worried about reaction coming from Bushehr if it was attacked. So are you worried that as a result of these attacks on any of the reactors that actually we might have a nuclear radiation?
Well, certainly. I'm not going to speculate on the impact of the nature of what is transpiring in any country in this regard. I know that Israel has issued statements afterwards in dealing with any concerns regarding the actions that they're taking, and I would refer you to the Israeli government in that regard. But I'm not going to speculate on a hypothetical dynamic at this point. All right, yes?
With regard to the talks taking place today, or concluded today in Geneva, does the Trump administration believe that they were productive in paving the way for diplomacy?
Well, I don't want to characterize what the Secretary of State may think of what has happened. I know that the government as a whole, that we're hopeful for every new opportunity, every new effort to have this come to a conclusion that is diplomatic. That is something clearly we've seen in the president's posture. So while I won't be able to characterize it about what their opinions are at this point, I think at some point we may find that out. But I do know that we do hope that every effort is successful.
Two more quick questions. Is the Secretary planning to get on the phone with any of those foreign counterparts that were in the meeting later today?
Well, I know that, of course, he's headed to The Hague next week. And so I know conversations, no doubt, will happen there about a whole number of issues. All right.
And then,
yes, sir. We'll move on here. We'll move on here. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The Secretary's Hague trip. When he was in Brussels in early April, he told us that it would take a few days or weeks, not months, certainly, for him to assess whether or not Putin was serious about ending the war. Today, we have all seen Putin's statements. So he himself made it clear that he has no intention to end the war and the killing. He even discussed, more territories to seize. I'm wondering, have you guys landed anywhere in terms of your conclusion about Putin's intention?
Well, we know that since that point, I don't think he said days at that point, but he said a matter of weeks. And in that process, we saw our posture adjust in that framework. At the same time, as I've mentioned before, during negotiations, things sometimes progress, things change. That's the whole point of negotiations and conversations, is that you signal that how long it is generally that you're willing to wait, but that you would know if someone is serious. And then again, it's not a static environment as you're moving forward through that time. At the same time, we've heard since then some very blunt comments by President Trump about President Putin. We also know that the parties themselves have met directly. And I think that that's also where we've landed at this point in comments from both the President and Secretary of State, that the only way this is going to end is for the two parties to meet and come to a conclusion and a decision and some kind of an agreement. That is where it is. And of course, we are always present. We remain concerned and issued comments a couple of days ago about the nature of what's happening in Ukraine and the death of an American. So we are there. We have been, of course, Ukraine's biggest supporter, and we continue to hope for and work with and observe the nature of how the conversations are going at this point between the two parties. And that, like every other negotiation, can change one way or another. But that's our posture at this point. Of course, America is still involved, and we're clearly making our presence, our caring about the situation known. And that's where we're at this point.
Point taken, Tom. But in light of today's comments, as I mentioned, Putin's comments, and also his press secretary said that now we have a strategic advantage, quote, why should we lose it? We're going to move forward. So in light of those comments, why not calling them out for not being serious about the peace process?
Well, again, we're not in just a world where when we see something online that we are going to choose how we're going to respond as an individual. There are many different fronts always in every situation that we remain involved in. So it's not as simple as a single response to a single quote that came from a statement or something online. This is about dealing with certain situations in a complex manner. Only the president can make the decision about how to proceed. Only he knows all the elements about what's important and how we're going to make a difference. And that's where we have it. It is, as I term it, as I did a couple days ago, there is one guiding hand to the choices that we make, and that would include with Russia, Ukraine, and every conflict he's trying to stop. All right. Yes. No. We are gonna move on here. Thank you, sir.
Sorry to go back to Iran just for
Of
two
course,
questions.
of course.
One, just for clarification, have any Americans been killed or injured in Iranian strikes so far?
You know, I don't think so. Is that? Do we have numbers, or is that something that we've been able to? Let's take that back and see where things stand at this point. I do know that the reports that I've seen are that there have been no American injuries or injuries of staff at embassies and consulates. But let's take that back. And again, I would caution, obviously, this is a shocking continuation of a war that affects many countries, and we'll get back to you with the latest that we have.
I suppose the flip side, thank you, we would appreciate an update. The flip
Of course.
side would be if
And again, just a reminder for people watching, when we say we're going to take it back, it means we get the answer and get it directly to the reporter, and then have it, and obviously in this case, as a fluid situation, we'll continue to watch it.
Thank you. And insofar as you're looking into it, if there are American citizens in Iran, which we haven't gotten an estimate of how many Americans might be in Iran,
Sure.
if there are injuries or deaths there, we would also be interested.
Well, yes, again, the messaging is for also Americans who are in Iran, and again, urging them to go to travel.state.gov, and we're certainly aware of them. Our task force is working on all of this for every American who is in that region, which provides a different dynamic for some, whether it is, of course, Israel, Iraq or Iran, et cetera. Wherever they may be in the Middle East, we're there for them.
Thank you. The other question is on diplomacy. So we understand the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in some sort of contact with the Iranians. How would you encourage us to think about that contact? Is that a prelude to negotiations? What's the nature of that of his engagement with the Iranians?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it at all, except there are things that we know, which is that there had been negotiations, that we had gotten Iran to the table. We'd been having those conversations, led by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. And we know that the president, from his statement, which is, I think, worth noting again, because it's very specific in its nature, and also, I must say, when I saw it, very Trump-like in his statement, as a man who is serious about everything he addresses, but in this particular kind of way, when it's existential, life and death, that he genuinely, it's not posturing. He wants to have it be solved diplomatically. He knows it can be. He knows, based on what he's accomplished already in the past, and the nature of human beings, which in business you learn a lot about as well, but certainly in his governmental experience and as a leader. Again, he said, directly from the president, quote, based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
On that front, do you have an understanding of why there's now a 2-week window for diplomacy? Because at the same time, the White House said yesterday they understand it might be a couple of weeks before the Iranians achieve a nuclear weapon.
No, but he has his reasons, and he's the one who knows, and that is the specificity of his statement. And I'll leave it at that. All right?
Thank you.
Yes, sir, at the end here.
So on Ukraine, you said that.
Can you tell me your name and your outlet?
Oskar Górzyński, Polish press agency.
Go ahead.
So, you said that you're not going to react to a single quote from Russian officials, but over the past few weeks, Russia has made it pretty clear that they're not interested in real negotiations. They killed a U.S. citizen. They struck the Boeing office in Kiev, and the president has repeatedly threatened sanctions on Russia if that happens. So why no action yet? I mean, how does that show peace through strength?
Well, this is one of the reasons why we don't have negotiations in the press, debates between people reading things on the news, quotes in newspapers or made in a moment or on a website, that there are much more complex things that are happening. Other conversations, the culmination of multiple other negotiations with Iran is an example in one case, summits and negotiations with Russia and Ukraine, the parties themselves meeting. We've always said that we will not take, essentially for Russia, we're not going to listen to what they say, we're going to watch what they do. That remains true. But what you would do in this moment is not at issue. What matters are the people who've been involved for months now, dealing with the parties directly, the leaders of countries in the world, but the most powerful leader in the world right now, Donald Trump, who would likely know a little bit more about the nature of the situation than you or I, and I think you might have to agree that he may know more. So I think it's important to not second guess the president, and to not speculate, and to not presume that what he's doing is not in the process of peace, but in fact specifically in that track. And I'm wondering for Matt Lee, who's been studious with his phone, if you do have something you'd like to ask or add.
I actually do.
I'm surprised.
My question is about
Matt Lee of the Associated Press, for those of you who don't know him.
25,000.
The two people in the world. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Of the 25,000, you said that you couldn't break it down.
That's
into
correct.
How many were Israel, how many were West Bank, and how many were Iran?
That's right.
But is it correct that the only evacuation flight that has happened so far was the one for embassy staff and family members on Wednesday?
I will not characterize that or agree with you or not. I won't give you an answer to that. Sorry. It's one of those things we can't hear. In the days prior to this conflict, I might go back and forth with you, but I can't answer that.
Okay, well, because there was a comment from the embassy spokesperson about actually. So, are you aware of when these people call? I assume they're calling the number that.
Yes, they are. I've called that number. I don't know if many of you have. You called that number? You can call that number, and you'll get someone from.
You don't go on to permanent hold.
No, they're busier now. After the briefing Tuesday, they're
sure.
busier.
So,
but be persistent and do the form online. That's always a good idea.
So the 25,000 people who have reached out,
Yes.
have reached out via that platform, either online or calling.
Correct.
And they, do you know how many of those 25,000 have then taken the information that they've been given or the guidance that they've been given, and then left?
There's data that I won't be sharing, and even in general, it's not data that I can share with you. The fact that we got the number from the team, I felt really excited about. Now you're making me feel like it's not so good. No, it is. It's a great number, but I will not break it down.
Okay.
I will not go into descriptions that highlight a situation or an environment within this region of conflict. I don't think it's wise.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, yes, sir. Back.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. Regional sources reported that Iran is using human shields to protect its military bases and forces. Same thing Hamas did in Gaza. This tactic has reportedly been employed in several areas, including Kermanshah city in Iranian Kurdistan. Do you have any information on this, and would you please be willing to comment?
What I can say, it's going to be brief. You won't necessarily like it, but I can say that we are aware of those reports, that the Iranian regime is using human shields to protect its military bases and forces. And I have nothing further for you at this time, but we are aware. Yes, sir. Well, you have one more?
Yes, one more.
All right, and then we'll
please.
come directly to you. Yes, sir.
Danny Danon, Israel's representative to the United Nations, claimed that Iran has attempted to assassinate President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said today at the United Nations. Do you want to comment on it?
No, I would suggest you contact the ambassador, but I have no comment on that. Yes, sir. All right, now, yes.
Thank you, Tammy. To question one on Iran and the other one on Iraq. I'm sure you may have heard from the Iranian foreign minister, which he said that we are not coming back to the table unless the Israeli stops strikes on Iran. And they are not going to negotiate with the U.S. until the U.S. will stop Israeli to attack Iranian. Are you willing to broker a ceasefire if that helps you to make a deal with Iranian?
Obviously, I can't speculate on that. I'm not going to characterize what's happening now or the reaction by the president or the secretary of state to what those negotiations might be. So you know that's a standard basis here, is we're not going to do that. But as you do know, of course, from the president's remarks, is that he still holds out the hope for negotiations. And there's also been a reinforcement that Iran and its proxy should not target U.S. interests or personnel, and if they do, the consequences will be dire. So we can reinforce that. And of course, the ultimate red line, which has been repeated constantly, because it's what the president sees as being the most important aspect, is that the Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is not a negotiable dynamic.
And,
all right, yes, sir.
another question on Iraq.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Sorry.
No, we'll keep going here.
I have a non-Middle East question.
Yes.
We're getting reports that Japan has canceled the annual security talks known as 2+2 with Secretary Rubio and Defense Secretary Hegseth because of U.S. demands for them to increase their defense spending. Do you have any comment on this? And has Tokyo communicated with
No, I have
Washington?
no comment on that at this point. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Tammy. Two questions, one on China and about the Iran and Israel war. It was reported that the Chinese cargo plane was headed to Iran. Has there been any detection of Chinese actions or cooperation to support Iran?
Let's take that back, shall we? Get back to her with an answer on that. What is your next one, please?
One more question, please. Iran's nuclear weapons are threatening the entire world. If the United States intervenes in a war between Israel and Iran, do you think it will need support or cooperation from its allies?
Well, you know, we've made very clear, I think there's, if anything is obvious to the world, it's that President Trump has demands regarding that situation. His concern is the fact that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We know, of course, since October 7th, Israel remains in the posture of defending itself and the existential threat that is posed in that region by Iran. Our efforts clearly reflect the president's commitment to diplomacy first, to diplomacy being the thing that he believes will and can succeed, but he's also a pragmatic man. And this is why it's probably the most transparent leader globally right now, is making it clear publicly about his positions and when he would be willing to be making decisions about that. But we are always working with our allies and our partners. It's clear, and that will be also evident when the President and Secretary of State go to The Hague for the NATO meeting next week. All right, now go ahead in the back. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Jamie, on Bangladesh. Given UN Human Rights Commission Chief Volker Turk concern over the banning of political parties in Bangladesh, also Human Rights Watch has accused the UNIS-led interim government for arbitrarily targeting Awami League supporters. Does the U.S. consider this violation of democratic principle and condemn these actions?
Obviously, when it comes to let's say, a White House reaction to what is occurring in another country, I would suggest you contact the White House. But for when it comes to Secretary of State and the State Department, let's take that back and we'll get an answer for you in that regard. But what I can tell you about Bangladesh is that Deputy Secretary Landau met with Bangladesh National Security Advisor Rahman Wednesday, and discussed the interim government's efforts ahead of the national elections. They discussed the U.S.-Bangladesh relationship, including expanding trade and commercial ties. The United States is committed to working with Bangladesh to promote peace and stability in the region.
And I have a second short question on
All right.
same. What is the State Department response to the alleged fabricated charges against Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the rise of mob killing and violence, and the imprisonment of individuals like 100 journalists without trial under this interim government? Will you condemn this and ask them
We
to
will
free them?
take that back, and I'll get you an answer as soon as we can get one for you. Yes, sir, in the middle here.
Thank you so much.
The Turkish President Erdogan hosted the Armenian Prime Minister and his delegation in Istanbul today, and he mentioned that they talked regional issues, including the stability and peace in the Caucasian region and the problems or the issues between Turkey and Armenia. How do you follow these meetings?
Well, I've not spoken to the Secretary specifically about that particular instance, but I'm sure we will be able to get to you his opinion and the nature of how he's reacting. I would also suggest the White House as well for you for more information in that regard, but if we can take that back. And with that, that is going to be it for me today. It is, again, Friday. My thanks to you for coming up on a day that is not our normal briefing day, and I appreciate.
All right, it is indeed Friday, and that was the end of that. Thank you, Agenda Free TV. I could have grabbed that department briefing, but I was way off on the time frame there. I had no idea when it was actually going to happen, so I ended up just grabbing it from him. Thank you. We have the skyline over Tel Aviv.
By the way, it's not just me who interpreted them that way. You can see Reuters says Iran says no to nuclear talks during conflict.
So we have a Reuters article here. They say no to the nuclear talks during conflict as UN urges restraint.
For a peaceful program. And of course, on this issue of enrichment overall, there are 23 nations in the world, Martha, who have a civilian nuclear program that don't enrich. And so Iran has always been, duplicitous about this. In fact, when we pulled out of that really terrible Iran nuclear deal when President Trump did in 2018, that's when Iran actually announced that it was restarting their nuclear weapons program, which they denied ever having. So, of course, this is not a trustworthy regime.
Exactly. General McMaster, always good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be a weekend of consideration over all of this. We know that President Trump is in the air right now. We expect him in New Jersey shortly, and we may hear from him when he lands, so stay tuned for that. We know that earlier he spoke with his national security team at the White House. General McMaster, thank you very much. Great to have you with us.
Hey, great to be with you, Martha.
All right, so we have another article from Reuters here. Oh, I just lost the entire thing. Hold on. Hold on, give me a second. There we go.
Look at this. Israel says Iran fired... Oh, that's from yesterday, but there was another one today. Yesterday, Israel says Iran fired cluster bomb-bearing missile. Yesterday, Reuters reports, Israel said that Iran launched a missile at Israel that scattered small bombs with the aim of increasing civilian casualties.
So there you go. Back to the skyline of Tel Aviv. As I was saying before, who knows how many missiles Iran has left. Based on everything we have heard over the past few days, they've fired a lot of them, and apparently a lot of them have been destroyed.
Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo joins us now. We did just find out that an all clear has been given to people who are in their bunkers there in Israel. So they go back and forth and they are on their toes. This just in from Reuters saying that Iranian officials are saying they will discuss limits on uranium enrichment. However, the official quoted his words saying a zero enrichment proposal will be rejected, especially after Israel's attack. So how does that square with what President Trump has said, which is they have to surrender it all?
Well, Dana, good morning. Thanks for having me on. It doesn't square. It doesn't remotely.
This was earlier today at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Square, indeed. It's the first I've heard of that statement. I don't see that statement as being remotely different from what they've been saying for weeks. They've always said they'll have limits. Indeed, they've had limits, and they've violated. They've cheated on those very limits for years and years and years. So for the Iranians to say, no, we still want to have some limited amount of enrichment means they're still headed down this same path. And I think President Trump will clearly see that. You're right. He has said zero enrichment. He's also talked about unconditional surrender. It doesn't sound like the Iranians are anywhere near that. And I'm confident that the negotiations that continue will be done, as Secretary of State Shultz called it, in the shadow of power. Because absent that, without what President Trump has done to set up these conditions where the Iranians know that they could lose it all, without that risk, without that power being prevalent and visible, negotiations are just another euphemism for surrender or capitulation.
Listen to Senator Tom Cotton about Fordow. This is that main enrichment facility where the weaponization would take place. This is what he says.
For 25 years, American presidents have been pledging that Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon, but only one, Donald Trump, actually has done something about it and has said that we're going to bring this chapter to a close soon. So as you put it, Fordow, their deeply buried underground nuclear bunker, has to be closed. One way or the other. It can be closed the easy way,
it has to
or it
be
can be closed the hard
immediately.
way.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Senator Cotton captured it perfectly. It was great to hear his voice. He and I have been working on this for a long time together. He and I are the ones that discovered the John Kerry, Barack Obama secret side deals. Now, gosh, almost a decade ago, which reminds us all that it is time to put this to rest, to get all of the enrichment out of Iran, to finally put Israel in a place where it can be secure, and most importantly for the American people, make sure that we are safe and we don't have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iranian regime that has for years talked about death to our nation and done
Crazy stuff going on right now. Nothing happening, I mean, in terms of right now, but I mean, just the situation in general. Crazy stuff. Currently waiting for any sort of updates or information I will give.
But that is from an Israeli strike today, an Iranian missile strike in Haifa. Again, this was earlier today in Haifa. I think it zooms in some. See damage up here. I don't know if this was a direct hit. I don't, this happened when we were off the air. I got to look up some more about the Haifa hit. Oh, look at like right in there. See that right there?
Very big.
Let me just take a look.
Okay, so Trump just landed in New Jersey. And we are going to get remarks from him any minute, hopefully. Hopefully he says something about what is going on, gives us an update.
For a second and see what I can find about that. No, the Israel cams are not on the loop. Why do people say such things? Yes, so Times of Israel reported that at least 23 people were wounded by an Iranian missile in Haifa. There was a missile impact in Haifa. There were 3 seriously wounded, and all with, also, the Haifa mayor, according to Times of Israel, said the barrage hit 2 strategic areas in the city without elaborating. The foreign minister said it hit a mosque in Haifa.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel can hit all of Iran's nuclear sites, including Fordow, without help from the United States.
President Trump will do what's best for America. I trust his judgment. He's a tremendous friend, a tremendous world leader, a tremendous friend of Israel and the Jewish people. And we will do what we have to do, and we are doing it. We are committed to destroying the nuclear threat, the threat of a nuclear annihilation against Israel. We're able to do it. And we, of course, will make our own determination.
But some military analysts say that America's bunker buster bomb is the only thing that has a chance at destroying Fordow, which is believed to be more than 200 feet underground. The bomb can only be delivered by American B-2 stealth planes. General Keane, so the White House official told Fox News that the U.S. Air Force has no doubt about the efficacy of this massive ordnance penetrator. They also say no option's been taken off the table, including tactical nukes. What do you think is the best way forward in terms of the weapon to use to destroy Fordo?
Well, I think this is the best weapon. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu, in terms of dealing with his domestic audience and his obligation to protect them against all weapons out there, is making those statements with that in regard. I mean, he does.
Okay, so Trump is officially landed. Here we go.
Rwanda and the Congo will be doing a peace settlement, probably coming in on Monday or Tuesday. We're going to be signing it up, and we've stopped a very vicious war. So that was an honor for me to be involved. I want to thank J.D. Vance for a great job, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has done a fantastic job. So Rwanda, a long-term war with the Congo, a very bloody war. They're all bloody, but this was a really bloody one, is going to be making peace with Congo, and they can get on to making trade deals with the United States and other places and have a much more normal form of life. We're very honored by that. As you know, we did a very great job with India and Pakistan, and we had India in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with India. And we had Pakistan in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with Pakistan. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. Serbia, Kosovo, likewise, they've been fighting for years. And as you know, we brought that one to a conclusion. And now we have a couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress. And we have Israel. And nobody really knows what that one is all about. We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
What was the thought process behind 2 weeks time to?
Just a time to see whether or not people come to their senses. That's all it is.
Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians?
No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Holy crap.
Landing in Iran from China?
They say that they're there to take people out, but I can't tell you about that. I get along very well with China, get along very well with President Xi. I like him, he likes me. We have a very good relationship. We'll see what happens. I can't imagine them getting involved.
The decision that you need to make on Iran, whether to strike militarily, is this the biggest decision you'll have to make as president?
Well, I can't tell you that. I have to see what happens. I can't, really say that. It depends what the decision is. But I wouldn't really be able to tell you that now. I'll tell you in about a year from now, maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. You never know about decisions. You never really know.
Sir, would you support a ceasefire while the negotiations happen?
I might, depending on the circumstances.
Would you?
It's very hard to stop. I will say this. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war. And I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz threw out an interesting idea suggesting that if you were to broker a deal where nuclear inspectors go into both Israel and Iran, that you could win a Nobel Peace Prize, and they might even rename it the Trump Peace Prize. Did you hear those? What do you think of that?
Well, they should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda and if you look the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, I mean, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one too. They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
You know, they're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. You know, it's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action.
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
One more. Is it still your expectation that NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending?
Well, I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
What? Like Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer. They were always a very low payer. They were either good negotiators or they weren't doing the right thing. I mean, I think Spain has to pay what everybody else has to pay. Spain has been notorious for low pay. You know who else was a low payer, just about the lowest? A place called Canada. Because Canada said, why should we pay when the United States will protect us free? And they've been right about that.
ICE.
Ukraine, you've been making progress towards a peace deal, but I don't know if you know this, but Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were there on the ground in Ukraine, seemingly doing the opposite, trying to provoke the Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to see, and people have to be very careful with what they say. They got to be very careful with their mouth, because their mouth can get them into a lot of trouble.
One more. ICE. ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they are fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they are undocumented. Is the fear in some of these communities worth the deportations of these undocumented individuals, a mass deportation program?
It's a tough subject because, look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I won 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you can also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire and let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, I would say probably 3.5 to 4 years, those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, I mean, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that have worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to go in there and say, you know, you're coming out. But we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad. So the hard part about this is not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. But we have murderers that came out of the last 4 years. We have murderers. We have drug lords. We have people that we don't want to. We have prisoners. They emptied out Venezuela and many countries. They emptied out their prisons into the United States. We have to get those people out. But we have stone cold murders, 11,888 murders. We've already gotten a lot of them out of here, but we don't want them. So we have to be careful. But I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, I mean, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country, where Gavin Newsom, who's really an incompetent governor, he's just doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, and the sheriff admitted it, he had no control. He would have lost control. We saved Los Angeles by having the military go in. And the second night was much better. The third night was nothing much. And the fourth night, nobody bothered even coming. We put out that fire, and we did a great job of it. He sued us for going in and for helping him. We went and helped him. Right now, you'd have Los Angeles burning to the ground. Largely, it would have already been destroyed.
So do you think deportations
Mr.
should...
President, to be that of a peacemaker? Do you worry that striking Iran would change that?
Always a peacemaker. That doesn't mean sometimes you need some toughness to make peace, but always a peacemaker.
Can you win in Iran without ground forces?
Say it?
Is an aerial campaign in Iran enough, or do you need ground forces?
Well, I'm not going to talk about ground forces. The last thing you want to do is ground forces.
Does Iran have 2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week timeline?
I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time. And I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Mr. President, do you think deportations should focus on criminals or all people who are here illegally?
Should start focusing on criminals, and that's what we've been focused on. Very bad criminals, dangerous criminals.
But Stephen Miller said to go out and arrest every person who's here illegally. He's told ICE to arrest everyone who's here illegally. Do you agree with
Stephen and I have a very good understanding. He's a terrific person. We have a great understanding.
Mr. President, if there is an attack on U.S. assets, will you promise to conduct a full investigation and make it transparent with the American people before blaming Iran for such an attack?
Well, if there's an attack, we'll know almost immediately with modern equipment who made the attack, and those people will be very, very unhappy.
Prime Minister...
I want to get you people out of danger. You're in danger standing with me.
One more. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that they had the capacity to take out all of Iran's nuclear facilities. So what role would the U.S. be able to play, and why would they, if Israel says that they have all of the abilities, their own military?
I'm not sure he said that, but they really have a very limited capacity. They could break through a little section, but they can't go down very deep. They don't have that capacity, and we'll have to see what happens. Maybe it won't be necessary. Maybe it won't be necessary.
Would you like to see Congress pass a bill that bans child transgender surgeries?
Well, I know they're talking.
If he doesn't walk away, they're just going to ask him questions for hours. He's going to be there forever.
About it, aren't they? Huh? We're going to have to see how it comes to me in what form. Certainly, it's been something I've been talking about also. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, there we go. we got something from Trump there. Actually, a lot, might I add. Yeah, he calls him Gavin Newsom, which I totally agree with. Gavin Newsom is a total loser. And yeah, rightfully so, taking shots at Canada as well. Our fighter jets are from 1983. Yeah, we probably should spend a little more on defense, all things considered. Alrighty, let's see what Agenda Free is doing. Looks like he's got a Modine cam.
I hadn't heard that. So that they're not enriching it themselves? That's interesting. I hadn't heard that. I'll have to look that up. So that was part of the 2015 deal. I'm reading that the 2015 deal, which was originally signed and then Trump pulled out of it, oh no, that required, the 2015 deal required Iran to keep its uranium enrichment at no more than 3.67%. Now I think it's up to 60%. Yeah, Reuters has an article here. Let me show you this from. I think I can bring this up here. Back in Marco Rubio said I have a Reuters article from April said Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said in April that Iran would have to stop enriching uranium under any deal with the U.S. and could only import what is needed for a civilian nuclear program. But Iran is saying that it's not going to give up its ability to negotiate to enrich uranium. Thanks for writing in C3P Wee Herman. The enriched uranium is, as I understand it, what you would use in a nuclear power plant. When you bring enough of it together, it causes a chain reaction. So that's why they would need the enriched uranium for civilian uses. But also, if you enrich it enough, you can use it to cause a chain reaction in a nuclear bomb. So I guess the idea would be, if I'm understanding this right, hold on. I mean, one thing about giving it to them rather than having them enrich it themselves is that if they enrich it themselves, you have to make sure that you can keep tabs on what they're doing. For example, that would be one reason to prefer giving it to them. But again, Iran, from everything I've seen, has said they don't want to give up the ability to do their own uranium enrichment. So something's got to give there. Because the U.S. wants no enrichment, and Iran doesn't agree with that. Soaring Moon says it would be enough enrichment to run a nuclear facility, but not enough to cause a fission bomb reaction. In theory, if they're doing it themselves, you're saying. Hassel de Hoff says, what if they don't agree? Well, then if they don't agree, the question is President Trump going to say, well, we're going to help Israel and we're going to strike their Fordo nuclear facility, their most important nuclear facility? So, an Iranian state media posted an article about 10 days ago on why Iran wants its own uranium enrichment. The title of the article is "Why Uranium Enrichment is Iran's Inalienable Right and Key to Energy Sovereignty." This is from Iranian state media Press TV. And one thing they said is that for Iran, they talk about a speech that the Supreme Leader gave about this. The Supreme Leader said he rejected the idea of Iran halting uranium enrichment. He said, without the ability to enrich uranium domestically, said the Supreme Leader, Iran would remain dependent on foreign fuel sources for its nuclear facilities, undermining the country's energy security and sovereignty. He said, without enrichment and the ability to produce nuclear fuel, even having 100 nuclear power plants would be useless, because to acquire fuel, we would have to be dependent on the U.S., and they could set dozens of conditions, said the Supreme Leader. He also said that the nuclear industry in Iran is a main industry on which numerous other scientific fields important to Iran depend. I'll actually post a link to the article, but basically it's an article talking about a speech that the Supreme Leader gave on why Iran would not give up what it considers its right to enrich its own uranium. I'm posting a link to the article right now. It's quite interesting. Just if you want to know where they're coming from. But this is Iranian state media as well, but it's basically talking about his speech.
brings in a new regime. And so to that end, the question is, will these strikes be sufficient to weaken the regime enough for the Iranian people to bring in another regime?
I mean, it seems the economy is in such bad shape. One of the few things that the Ayatollah has on his side is this, threat of this nuclear weapon. So that would be, the reason I think to take it out. But look at these protesters that we're seeing in the streets in Tehran in support of the regime, in support of keeping the regime. And you're seeing them in places like Iraq and Lebanon as well. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw New York Times posted this this morning, and I left them a lengthy comment. It's known that statistically, 81% of people in Iran are opposed to this regime, and 99% of Iranians in the diaspora are opposed to this regime. So we're talking about 90% of Iranians in the world that are unanimously opposed to this regime. And then we have these media
out here in central
Tehran, a tiny sample of the population, and using that as reflective of the entire
That's very, very crazy, actually. CNN on the ground in Tehran as protesters take to the streets. Let me get this actually on the thing here. Pull up the full. I'm not going to play the video, but I'll give you an idea. Okay, that is very loud. Okay. It sounds like somebody was listening to Journey in Tel Aviv. Okay.
What do you
So, sorry, that just completely threw me off. You have this going on here in Tehran. CNN World. Currently going on, I guess. Crazy stuff. I literally can't play the audio of that feed because that's gonna take down the stream. That's a copyrighted song, obviously. Throw this up very briefly. This looks like the building he was talking about earlier that was hit. That happened a while ago, though. That happened. That did not happen just right now. Let's see what he has to say about it.
Let's see if the sound is okay to use now on the Tel Aviv stream. Seems fine now. Seems fine now. By the way, thanks so much to PZ Papa Zulu.
Okay, well, I thought he was going to talk about that, but no, he went to shouting things out. That's fine. Okay, it looks like the journey is gone. That was interesting.
That he
So, once again, I'll bring it up just to give everybody, like, an update, I guess, because there's not really anything going on. We have the official Israeli Air Force about 3 hours ago. I can get the translation here. A short time ago, which was now 3+ hours ago, the Air Force used fighter jets to attack military sites belonging to the terrorist organization Hezbollah, containing rocket and missile launchers and weapon depots in southern Lebanon. So that came from them. Like I said, 3+ hours ago. But as of right now, all quiet. Not much going on. The last alert from the red alert was 7 hours ago across the country of Israel. So, as we currently sit here, not too much going on. At least the jets aren't from 1983. That is very true. Once again, roasting Canada. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Yeah, that's just embarrassing. Embarrassing knowledge to find out that the Canadian Armed Forces and the Air Force probably doesn't have anything better than, or anything newer than, like, the 90s. I don't know. Like, I could be wrong on that, but in terms of the Air Force, like, fighter jets from 83, that's the best we have? That's concerning. Then again, Israel, they get money from the United States. We get money from the United States, but I don't know what we're spending it on. Clearly, nothing good.
for I think we've talked about some of that. It's either you go after the facilities with B-2 bombers and bunker busters you mentioned, we go ahead and take those out, or allow the Israelis to do it unilaterally if the president thinks they can get the results that you need. I think the more catastrophic option would be sort of regime change, which the president really doesn't advocate for. It's dangerous, right? Because at that point, the regime's got all the guns. Private gun ownership in Iran is actually very low. So for the domestic folks here who are always talking about Second Amendment rights and whatnot, it's not just the U.S. It's also abroad. This impacts in other countries. So the people with the guns, the people that support are with the regime for the most part, and makes it a difficult situation. And then who comes afterwards, right? Khamenei's son is going to be no better than he is. So I think if we were to do this, the president would probably limit the strikes to those facilities. But if they decided that they wanted to hit back in the region, and like you mentioned, some of the proxies have been quiet, particularly in Iraq and where they still have, missiles or rockets and drones, I think the response from the U.S. will be overwhelming at that point, and the regime will have made a very, very poor decision if they decide to go down that road.
What I'm curious about, Alex, is whether or not outcome one or
So that footage of the interceptors hitting the rockets is not from right now. That is not from right now. That is from a day or so ago.
Outcome 2 are accomplishable without inevitably arriving at outcome 3, regime change. That's not a point of advocacy, but an attempt to be a realist, that when the wheels of war start rolling, it's hard to slow down the motion of the locomotive. In other words, is it realistic to suggest that the Iranians will come to some deal where they basically neuter themselves and enrich zero uranium towards weapons-grade status? Or is it realistic that the Israelis can bomb them into the inability to do so without inevitably winding up at a place where you're basically replacing the regime?
Again, that's another great question. Neither the IDF, the Israeli military, nor the U.S. really has any appetite or desire for regime change. I don't think it's the direction anybody wants to go. I think there's a nuclear threat that needs to be resolved, as the president said. Whether it's done diplomatically or through a military solution is still yet to be seen. But if they do decide to go the military route, I think it'll largely depend on how the Iranians respond to it. It's a proud culture of scientific achievement and everything else, and giving up domestic enrichment, which is really the problem. So for folks who are listening, there's been a lot of interchangeable terms between, highly enriched uranium, about to get a weapon. You need to enrich uranium to about 90.
Looks like we have some images here, video from Thursday of Iran, strikes that Israel did there. Most likely on the heavy water, or one of their nuclear facilities. I know that they had a couple of them they went after.
90+%, so you get fissile material for weapon. Then you build a bomb. The first time it's about the size of a Volkswagen. Sorry, go ahead, Will.
No, please. You're giving us great information. In fact, it's something I want to dive into more in just a moment. But you and I have had this conversation in the past about what is actually necessary for Iran to get to weapons-grade uranium. Actually, let's get into that right now, Alex, if we would. Stand by. I want to head over to the wall to break this down, and you're going to join us and stay a part of that conversation. So first, let's take an overview. The U.S. has troops all over the Middle East, approximately 40,000 military troops across the greater Middle East, Kuwait, Iraq, Turkey, UAE, all over. So this is really not just the staging ground for any potential war, but also the vulnerabilities the United States would have in any potential military interaction.
So take a quick look at the map here. I just paused it if you want to, I don't know, screenshot that or do whatever you want to do based on the information there. But it looks like they have everything mapped out to some degree. Approximately 40,000 U.S. personnel across the region. And they did just move a bunch of assets into these regions here. So we'll see what happens in the next few weeks, guys.
But while the president is weighing this entire decision, it is predicated, as you point out, Alex, on how close Iran actually is to a nuclear weapon. Now, this is where you come in, Alex, and you know much more than I do about this. But the process of enriching uranium to roughly, as you point out, 90% to get to weapons-grade status. It's roughly 3 to 5%, I believe, Alex, for civilian energy-based purposes. The story, what is being told to us, is that Iran has enriched uranium to 60%, well beyond civilian-grade status, but still short of weapons-grade status. Tell us a little more about uranium-235 and 238 and how long it would take the Iranians to get to 90%.
So great question. So for folks who are listening, uranium is a natural element stone that's found in the ground. And the 235 is the type of uranium you need to build for fissile material. Uranium 238 is the other type that's not used, but they're found together. So.
Okay, we have an update from the Israeli Air Force. In the past 24 hours, the air defense and air control systems, together with the Air Force's fighter jets and helicopters, have intercepted more than 15 unarmed aerial vehicles launched from Iran into Israeli territory.
אנחנו רואים את המטרה, אנחנו נכנסים עליו לביצוע. אנחנו רואים את המטרה, אנחנו נכנסים עליו לביצוע. חיובי, אני נכנס לביצוע עם תותח. חוקי שריים מיד נכנסים. יפה מאוד. אנחנו רואים את המטרה, אנחנו נכנסים. רגע. אלפא. רגע. אלפא.
So these are unmanned drones that they are just most likely strapping a payload to and hoping reach their destination. And Israel has released some footage here. This one is really clear.
חיובי, אני נכנס לביצוע עם תותח. חוקי שריים מיד נכנסים. יפה מאוד.
And you can very clearly see what is going on there. So, interesting stuff at the very least.
Dead Dog's Butt Chuck has become a member.
How long am I going to be live for? Well, let's see. We've been over 3 hours now. 3:05 almost. Probably quite some a while. Probably quite a while. I was gonna say quite some time, but I was thinking trying to debate here. It really depends on like what happens. Right now, we're not seeing much of anything. Last alert across the country was 8 hours ago. It seems like the attacks have slowed down, but have become, I don't know, more precise on certain civilian areas within Israel. If that makes any sense at all. Because before it felt like they were just firing as many as they could. It didn't really matter where they hit, but now they actually have targets, it feels like. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Nobody really knows what's gonna happen. We're kind of waiting. We heard from Trump earlier. So I don't know. I plan on probably going live for another 2 to 3 hours easily. 2 hours minimum. I have to hit the 5-hour mark because I'm trying to get to a certain time limit on either the YouTube channel and Rumble, so I'm trying to do some simultaneous shit here. A lot going on in terms of that. But I'm gonna bring Agenda Free up in the meantime.
Missile launch sites.
Yeah, it also really depends on if anything happens or not, which I know sounds like I'm going to be able to predict this, but no, there's really no way to predict it. So we're kind of just waiting around and, and hanging out at this point.
Thank you, by the way, to NextEat. Thanks, NextEat, and Sven Shaper. And Kerry Poteet, thank you. I appreciate it. Zen21 Tau.
Okay. Don't have anything to report on. Things, like I said, have slowed down quite substantially. Okay, we have an update from the Israeli Air Force. And they claim that in recent hours, the Air Force has completed another wave of attacks on missile launch sites in western Iran. So if all of this is true, we might not see as many missile attacks or any at all, like at this point. Because it sounds like they've taken out quite a few, if, like I said, once again, if it's true. And everybody's reporting it, saying they've taken out X amount, this amount, percentage, blah, blah, blah. So, if that is true.
Radiological disaster scenarios. But I don't have good specifics on those kind of, on the kind of possible things they might do. I actually haven't seen really discussion on to why would Israel, I mean, obviously it's a nuclear site. Is Israel concerned about that site? Is it something they would consider attacking at all? That I don't know. But it is their only working nuclear power plant. Katie Beitzel says fallout. Sweet Cheeks thinks the U.S. is waiting for assets to be in place. Oh, I forgot. David Ray reminded me I have another statement to play you from the Iranian foreign minister. Let me play that for you. I forgot to play it. I had it right here. I was going to show it to you.
Not as smoky there today. Fair enough. I haven't really noticed much of the smoke either. It was bad. I don't know, maybe Monday, Tuesday. I can't remember exactly when, but it was bad for like a couple days, but we haven't really gotten too much of it. What would I do if I won the lottery? Oh god, I have no idea. Probably pay off debts, go on a vacation.
Is this it? Here it is. One moment. Here is the video coming up for you. Iranian foreign minister. Turn down this volume for a second. Hang on. Hang on.
Let me make the position clear. Under the current circumstances, and as the Zionist regime's attacks continue, we are not seeking negotiations with anyone, especially not the United States, on this matter. It is the Americans who are seeking negotiations. They have sent messages multiple times, including very serious ones. But we have explicitly told them that as long as the aggression and attacks continue, there is simply no room for talk of dialogue or diplomacy. We are in a legitimate state of self-defense, and this defense cannot and will not stop. We have no discussions with the United States, which we see as a partner in these crimes. We have always had dialogue with the Europeans and have discussed various issues with them. Even now, if they have something to say, we are listening. We are not ashamed of defending the rights of the Iranian people, and we are not avoiding anyone. Let me make the...
And that was today. That was today.
There you have it, guys. Iran's foreign minister says there's no room for negotiations while Israeli strikes continue. Yeah, leaving Canada would probably be another one. Absolutely. Okay, got another update from the Israeli Air Force. The Air Force recently intercepted an unmanned aerial vehicle in northern Israel that was launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. By policy, no alerts were triggered. That one just came out.
See any missile alerts? Well, I guess people might get timed out for a long time if they did that. I'll give it a second, but I don't see any missiles incoming alerts. Does anyone else see any missile incoming alerts? Uh-oh. Yup. Sorry. Penalty box time. Yeah, we're throwing those people out of the chat. I have too many things open on my desktop. That's what I have to change. I do not know if Iran will fire any missiles during the evening. No idea. N12 News is reporting that Israel shot down a drone in the Haifa Bay area, but no alert was issued. Did the IDF say something about this? N12 News says, yes, the IDF says the Air Force intercepted a drone launched from Iran. That was launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. By policy, no alerts were triggered. So maybe it sounds like they only issue alerts at certain times. I don't know if it was because they intercepted it far enough away that they didn't need to do an alert. But by policy, no alert was issued on this one.
Israel has 36 F-35s? Really? Really? That's interesting. I believe those are like the top of the line jet. That's out and about right now. I'm sure there's better ones being made. But that's the one we want to buy.
An older video of...
And when I say we, I mean Canada, YouTube. I don't mean I'm actually buying one myself. I mean Canada's military.
The British Foreign Office says, hold on, that according to AP, the British Foreign Office said in a statement that we take the protection of our staff and British nationals extremely seriously, and we have long advised against all travel to Iran, and they are withdrawing all UK staff from its Tehran embassy as a precautionary measure. And the embassy will operate remotely. Oh, thank you, Blonde Stuff. Blonde Stuff 2000. Thank you so much. Eliza Jane, thank you. Eliza says, I do not want to see another Holocaust. Israel must do what it has to. Thank you. Thank you, Perry Stein. Perry says, Iranians I met love American people but hate our government because they told me the government overthrew their government in 1953 in order to take Iran's oil. I think I can show you something about that. I have an article here from the Washington Post. The U.S. helped oust Iran's government in 1953. Here's what happened. From the Washington Post. I'll read a little of this. Over 70 years ago, they say, the U.S. played a key role in ousting Tehran's government. Although the historical
rocking the Middle East as the
different.
Israel-Iran conflict enters a second week. President Trump met with his national security team today at the White House, and then he spoke with reporters after landing in New Jersey, where he doubled down on his 2-week deadline for the mullahs to come to the negotiating table.
We've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. Israel's doing well in terms of war, and I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. Sometimes you need some toughness to make peace. I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Peace through strength. And President Trump also reminding reporters that Iran is not their friend.
Are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger.
Now, all of this comes as Iranian negotiators held talks with European officials in Geneva, and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hinted that he might not wait for that 2-week deadline.
President Trump will do what's best for America. I trust his judgment. He's a tremendous friend, a tremendous world leader, a tremendous friend of Israel and the Jewish people. And we will do what we have to do, and we are committed to destroying the nuclear threat, the threat of a nuclear annihilation against Israel. We're able to do it, and we, of course, will make our own determination.
So here's how the posture of the negotiations began. We all remember the Truth Social post, unconditional surrender. Khamenei responded saying, we will never surrender. Greg, the readouts that I'm getting from these European negotiations, they've rejected talks with the U.S. Not only that, when asked about zero enrichment, Iran said, undoubtedly we reject this, especially now under Israel's strikes. That's according to Reuters. So sounds like it's going great.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I love Trump saying you're in danger if you talk to me right now. I say that after I have a burrito for lunch. You know, today's 5 is my last one for a week. I'm going on vacation, so I'm really kind of upset you asked me first because I kind of checked out already. But I do, the one thing I like talking about, not the things that are going on in there, because I don't trust half the stuff I hear, and I have a feeling this is going to go on for a while. I like watching people talk about it. And there's these factions on the right, both pro and con, who thinks that someone can easily influence Trump, as if he isn't in control of his faculties, like he's Joe Biden, and he could be easily swayed by a Lindsey Graham or a Laura Loomer or a Mike Johnson. It's like, oh my God. And that directly contradicts your inherent faith and trust in the guy. I mean, in every issue, I see Trump kind of doing his own thing, which completely jibes with America's thing, whether it is crime or border or even tariffs. I mean, it's like he believes that helps Americans. He's going to do it. There's no bug in his ear unless that bug is American voices. I don't see him being swayed. The isolationists think, somebody's doing this. The interventionists say the other thing. But my guess is that he listens to everybody, and then he does what he does. He goes with his gut. It's kind of how you saw him adjust to the deportations. Goes all in, and then he lifts pressure in certain industries. There's no shame in that. So I think he's not under the spell of anybody. I'm hopeful that he does the right thing and that he knows what he's doing and that he's finding a path that isn't necessarily the paths that we keep hearing about. I mean, how do we get rid of Iran without putting boots on the ground? Does anybody know? Nobody seems to care about what's next. Including Jesse. He doesn't care.
I just care that you're okay on your vacation. A week in Iran is dangerous, Greg.
I know.
I don't know why you booked that.
That's why I'm dressed as the Ayatollah.
Yeah, good timing on that one, Greg. Jesse, Trump, to Greg's point, he goes with his gut, and he knows what to do and when to do it. And sometimes that gut is last minute. He said we're going to give this 2-week negotiation period. He said today maybe the strike on Fordo won't be necessary, but he often will make that call in the moment. I remember 2019, there were jets in the air ready to strike Iran, and then he pulled back because it wasn't the moment. He knows what to do, and he's going to do it when the time's right.
Yeah, he's like the guy that hands in the term paper at the last second. But he likes the pressure of it. He has these self-imposed deadlines, and I think it makes him think better. But the 2-week deal is smart because it gives you more military options. You can bring in another carrier to the region, and then you can also let Israel really soften up Iran. I mean, they could hit more targets. They could hit electrical transmission sites around Fordo. They could assassinate more commanders. And the hope is from the administration is that the Israeli bombing campaign could be so effective, you could bring the Iranians to their knees and say, fine, I'll give up the enrichment, whatever you want, just about regime survival at that point. But it doesn't look good because you're right. What they're saying in Europe is that the negotiators from Tehran are not going to give up enrichment. So that doesn't speak well. The pump fake could be tomorrow. He could say, I'll give you 2 weeks and the bombs can rain down tomorrow.
That is very true. We have no idea. Like I said, we will know when it has already happened, and it could be days after it already happened. It could have already happened, and we just don't know. It's just that simple. That's how they would work. That's the whole point. You do it stealth. You don't just go out to the public and say, well, we're going to do it today, at this hour, with this bomber, then yada, yada, yada. Like, no, it could have already happened for all we know. They don't even have to tell anybody, realistically. So, yeah, who knows when they'll do it or if they will actually do it. And a lot of these images were compiled over the past week. I believe this hotel burning is the latest strike on Israel that has happened. I don't think it's a hotel, sorry. I think it's just an apartment complex.
We have to remember, though, air wars are not always completely effective. North Vietnam, Kosovo. I mean, they're great because you don't risk anybody, but, you're not really there. But no one wants to be there. That's the problem. The concern is that if you knock out the nuke site and a lot of the other ballistic missile sites, you leave the Ayatollah in power. And then what? How do we know he doesn't have a clandestine nuclear program where they have, they're spinning some centrifuges somewhere else that the Israeli intelligence hasn't discovered? How do we know he doesn't just spin these up all of a sudden? And then where are we now? We're in a worse position. Or if he falls to a coup, then you have 30,000 zealots who are running the country, the clerics, and they're going to back the guys with the guns, and the guys with the guns are the army. So then the army takes over. So what do you have then? You have a military dictatorship backed by religious zealots. Is that better? Is that worse? Nobody knows. Nobody knows anything, but I do know that the Saudi crown prince is meeting with American politicians to find out what a post-Ayatollah Iran looks like.
Now that is interesting. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the multicam there, so I'll throw it back on agenda for you briefly.
Winding Road says it's possible.
A short time ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin was asked if he is worried that the world could be heading toward World War III in this situation. Here's what he said.
It is disturbing. I am speaking without any irony, without any jokes. Of course, there is a lot of conflict potential. It is growing, and it is right under our noses, and it affects us directly. And this requires, of course, not only our careful attention to the events taking place, but also the search for solutions. The search for solutions, preferably by peaceful means.
All right, very interesting. Let's bring in Fox News senior correspondent Benjamin Hall, host of American Exceptionalism, available on Fox Nation. Ben, always good to have you with us. You know, this statement by Putin builds upon a statement by his spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, who said, you know, don't even think about killing Khamenei, that would be opening Pandora's box, and that he believed there would be an outpouring of support for the Iranian regime. Your thoughts on where this stands, and Russia's bold talk, but not a lot of action on behalf of Iran?
Yeah, Martha, it's fascinating. We hadn't heard as much as we expected to from Russia until the last few days. But look, Russia is looking at one of its closest allies right now. Iran is part of that coalition between Russia, Iran, North Korea, and if Iran were to fall, and everyone's looking not just at the nuclear deal, but perhaps if it were to fall, that takes a big ally away from Russia, and they will do everything they can to try and shore them up. On top of that, we know that China is also really interested in having Iran on the table, and now we're seeing China planes flying into Iran, perhaps to pull people out, but also a real awareness of the 1.3 million barrels of oil a day that go from Iran to China. So you suddenly have this coalition of countries that have supported Iran who are pushing back against it. And of course, when Dmitry Peskov earlier said that, you know, if the Ayatollah was assassinated, then that would lead to severe consequences. They are thinking about Putin as well. They do not want to send a message that you can get rid of the leader of a country because you are at war with them, because of course that is Putin's own spokesman when he says that. So those countries looking really, really closely, and I think would do whatever they can to keep those to keep the Ayatollah in power.
Benjamin Hall, great coverage. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagna.
So there you have it. Looks like Putin's like, oh, we need to find peaceful solutions by any means, while he continues to go after Ukraine. Okay.
I just saw a post, a report that I'm going to check myself. NBC News talked to the foreign minister of Iran today, did an interview with him. And what does it say here? He said Iran will not give up uranium enrichment entirely, which is what the U.S. wants it to do. He reiterated that they will not negotiate with but only if Israel halts their attacks on Iran. Also, he said it's uncertain if they can trust the U.S. in diplomatic talks because previously when Israel first attacked Iran a week ago, there were supposed to be U.S.-Iran talks 2 days after. He told NBC Washington was perhaps not genuinely interested in diplomacy and had merely used talks as a cover for Israel's air attack on Iran. Runar says it's been really quiet today. Well, there was some things going on earlier, but since we've been on the air. Also, I'm guessing there's probably airstrikes going on that we don't know about. That we don't know about in Iran because of the internet blackout, guys. Internet blackout is still going on. Look at this is from 8 hours ago. NetBlocks. Iran's internet shutdown has now passed the 48-hour mark. Metrics show the nation has been offline for more than 2 days, leaving loved ones out of touch and citizens ill-informed about the state of conflict with Israel. Over 2 days, no internet. And yeah, so you're going to be seeing less reports and less videos from Iran. And I know that a bunch of you guys were watching some channels that somehow had gotten some Iran streams. But my understanding is the Iran streams basically went away when they shut off the internet. Is that still the case? I would assume it's still the case.
Yes, that would be the case because I had a couple multicam channels that were streaming not only Israel skylines, but Tehran skylines and Iran skylines. So they appear to all be gone now.
Mr. Juan Dover says the same thing about the lack of Iran cams now. I don't know about the availability from Starlink in Iran. And also, I don't know, can you just go buy a Starlink dish in Iran? And will they let you have it? I mean, I would think that that might be an issue. An article I read in AP today said that a few people were somehow doing it with VPNs. But VPNs still need to use the internet, though. So I'm not clear about that. Unless the idea is that they just... No, my understanding it's not just international traffic, it's the internet. It says offline. I mean, literally this says they have been offline. NetBlocks knows what they're talking about. This is what they do. They say the country has been offline. I might make some food soon. Could be that time when I'm getting close to when I make some food.
There is this multicam here. The only problem with it is there's just too many. there's way too many. You can't really see much of anything in these ones either.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Israel. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Please do give us your thoughts in this obviously
This is from earlier today.
very important moment in all of this, as we do await what's next for the United States in all of it.
Well, Sandra, thanks for having me. I think the first overriding point is this. There are a lot of things to talk about. There are some complexities, multiple vectors, but all roads lead to a non-nuclear Iran. I mean, that is where we're going to end up, and that's everybody's goal, and we're going to achieve it. Now, will it be militarily? Will it be with a deal? I will tell you that the likelihood that Israel will stand down in favor of the right to negotiate is probably zero. You know, they've had 500 ballistic missiles shot at them. Yesterday, they were on the receiving end of a cluster bomb, which is a per se war crime that took out a hospital that serves the Negev. Probably more than half the patients are Arab and Muslim. They've had 400 or 500 drones shot at them. Every night, you know, people are going into shelters. They're not standing down until they've achieved their goals. So I think that demand is going to go nowhere. Now, the other thing I would say is, knowing President Trump now for at least 25 years, you know, way back when I used to represent him in a lot of deals, I know his negotiating style. The deal he will make is when the Iranian leader takes a piece of paper out of the printer, takes a white piece of paper, blank page, and he writes down on it, we surrender, we give up all our nukes, we're going to destroy and dismantle all our facilities, you're welcome to come and observe and inspect whenever you want, and we're going to stop shooting missiles at your allies. When he writes that on a piece of paper, that, nothing more, nothing less, I think there'll be a diplomatic deal, and I think the probability of that is awfully low. Remember, you know, Abbas Araghchi, who's like the only guy left who's negotiating this, who even knows, you know, where his instructions are coming from? And remember, the Iranians are telling their people that they're winning the war. You know, they're telling their people that they're dominating Israel airspace. You know, they're not telling them that they've shot 1,000 projectiles and only about 5% have landed. You know, so all of a sudden he's going to surrender. It just seems so unlikely.
Okay, so Ambassador, you said the Israeli people are not standing down. This is General Jack Keane joining us last hour on Outnumbered, and this is why he says that is the case. Listen.
For 25 years, they've taken every step that's humanly possible, not only to develop a nuclear weapon, but also they put into this major enterprise, and this is what some people don't get, is the Ayatollah has built an enterprise that's redundant and resilient because he knows at some point it would be attacked. And he wants to absorb that attack, survive it, recover and rebuild.
Ambassador, I wanted to get your reaction to that.
Well, look, General Keane's exactly right. And it just seems so unlikely. They've staked their regime on the North Korean model. You know, they want to get nukes and then try to hold the world hostage. That's the only way they're going to keep their regime alive. So the idea that they will somehow surrender seems unlikely. Now, could the regime change in short order? And, you know, that's incredibly wishful thinking. It would be wonderful. But that would be the way to get to a deal. And as far as, you know, Israel's concerned, look, I have got some of my kids there now. I mean, I know what life is like there. You know, because the missiles are coming from 1,000 miles away, they get about a 10, 15-minute warning. And so, you know, when the warning hits, they run for shelters. But the rest of the day, you know, you've seen pictures. They're on the beach. They're living their lives. They're starting to come back to normal. This is not going to bring down Israel. Israel is in this for the long haul. They will not allow their children and grandchildren to live under the shadow of a nuclear attack from Iran. They will not.
Mr. Fuego has become a member.
All right, everybody. I am going to end it here. I might be live later to cover this. I might not. Here is the best source for information on the Israel-Iran conflict. Thank you all for joining the stream. Have a good one.